So please come in and take a seat. We will be starting in a few minutes, seconds actually. Let's say minutes is generous. So. Okay, very good. Welcome. A big welcome to those in the room and online. This is a hybrid event, a hybrid conference, and we'll do our best to facilitate it as such and get as much engagement as we can. So officially, a big welcome to the Copernicus Land Monitoring User Event 2023. It's an annual event hosted by the European Environment Agency and JRC, Joint Research Center of the European Commission. We have online viewers as the event is live streamed from all over the world, from Turkey to India to Argentina. So hopefully we will have a relevant discussion for them as well. My name is Gülçin Karadeniz, and I lead a team that deals with external communications at the European Environment Agency. And for the last year and a half, Copernicus Land Communications has been part of my team. And I will be co-moderating this session with Joanna, who is on the more technical side, but she can tell a little bit more about herself. So the event is, as I mentioned, co-organized by the EEA and JRC. And the EEA is responsible for the European component and JRC is responsible for the global component. But on behalf of both institutions, I welcome you again. Few housekeeping information. The emergency exits are marked by green in case of an emergency, both in this room but also in the foyer. The Wi-Fi code, in case you have not already connected, is "You are amazing" with an exclamation mark, so you do follow the guest. I think it's Sparks Guest is the name of the channel. There are 2 coffee breaks during the day, so we'll get plenty time to interact and also connect on that front. And we will try to answer as many questions and as comments as possible, so both for our online viewers, but also those in the room. But Joanna and I will keep an eye on the time, so if the time allows, please do feel free to comment and ask your questions. So I think with these words, I will pass the floor to Joanna.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Joanna Ballastis-Levinson. I also work at the EEA, where I focus on user uptake of the land monitoring service. So for instance, doing exactly what we're doing here today. Throughout this day, we will explore the latest developments of the service. And together with you here in the audience, in the room, and online, we will then chart the path forward. And in practice, we will do that through a number of sessions. The first one involving presentations from the CLMS leadership team. They will introduce us to the agenda, to the Copernicus program, and to the importance of urban monitoring, which is the focus for today, and also give some ideas for how we can increase the user base. So the first speaker is Tim Lemons. He's a remote sensing and data analysis guy. That's your background. He's working as a policy officer in the Earth Observation Unit of the Commission, the Director General for Defense, Industry and Space. And he is overviewing the land monitoring service file, and today is representing the EEA as we're in a transitional phase at the management level. So Tim, please take it away.
Thank you. Welcome in the Copernicus Land User Event. I'm honored to welcome you because I only joined less than 1 year ago. I joined this fantastic team in DG DEFIS, but also DG JRC and the European Environment Agency. it's a very good cooperation. We are still continuing and streamlining this cooperation, and this very event is a result of that. It's the second time already that they organize the event together to give you users one event on the land service. The Copernicus Land User Event, the name says it all. So it starts with Copernicus. I hope you all know what Copernicus is. If not, grab my arm during the day. I will explain you a bit more, or what I know at least, in all details and about the name and the program and everything. Then the land part, of course, we are representing the land service. It's one out of the 6 Copernicus services. The entrusted entities who deal with this are the JRC and the EEA, and it's the oldest service already in Copernicus. Started in 2012, if I'm not wrong, and that means that, in fact, last year we should have celebrated our 10 years anniversary. Okay, too bad. If you ask me, it's one of the services that have the widest range of applications as well. And one of these applications, of course, is the urban component, and that is the central topic of today. But of course, we also give a general overview of where we are with the land service and so on. And then it's about the users. It's the Copernicus Land User Event. And that's what I want to stress. Today is all about you, about all of you. Copernicus itself is a user-driven program, and we want to listen very much about what users say, about what core users say, but there are many more users who make use of our services, more downstream, local authorities, NGOs, international players, research, and a whole lot of other users that I even cannot think of now. So the input from all of you is of much value to us. And we want to take it into account as much as we can, of course, in taking into account the conditions and the budget that we have. We cannot promise you the moon, although we would like to do that. So if you have thoughts or ideas or remarks or even complaints, don't hesitate to grab our attention during the day. I think you know many of us already, or at least one of us, Michiel, Uzoe, Michel, who's over there, all the EEA colleagues who are working here, the JRC colleagues, Ivan, Andreas, or myself. Or if you're online, don't hesitate to send us an email. The email address of this event is published in your invitation. I think it's info@copernicuslandevent.eu, but double check it on the invitation, please. So don't hesitate to send us feedback. It will be delivered to the right persons, and we will take it into account as much as we can. So this brings me to the agenda, which was shown behind me. Can you? Thank you. Because again, we paid a lot of attention to the user input. It's really developed around the users, both online as on site. We have the poster session where you can talk with the authors of the posters. There is the interactive discussion, which is a very specific setup. Gulcin and Joanna will tell you all the details about it later on. And we have, later this afternoon, a Meet the Team session where you can really talk with all the players in this big land service team. We thought of the online users as much as we can. Of course, you cannot have perfectly the same experience as when you are on site, with which I want to invite you next year, if available, if possible. Don't hesitate to join us on site, because next year, again, normally on 10 and 11 June, if the date stays the same, but normally it's that day, there will be a 2-day event again, like last year. So we would have alternating every year, but 1 year 2 days and 1 year 1 day events. So 10 and 11 June, normally in Brussels, but to be decided. And well, we hope to see you there. Last year we were with more than 300 participants online, more than 100 participants on site. This year it's about the same on site, but apparently more than 500 have been registering online. So I'm sure this will be a very many people will join and will follow this event. And that's all about I have to say. So ladies and gentlemen, dear users, enjoy the day, enjoy the event.
Thank you very much, Tim. So our next speaker is Ivan Kulish. He is an economist and with experience in knowledge management. He is head of unit of the Nature Conservation and Observation Unit at the Joint Research Center, and that is especially the unit focused on implementing the global part of the land monitoring service. And so Ivan will talk about how we can grow the user base and the importance of urban monitoring. So please.
Thank you very much, and good morning and welcome to you all. I really am also very happy and very honored to be at this event. I probably have some sort of very particular relationship with this event. Last year I gave a closing speech and I was stuck in a rave party somewhere in the middle of Brussels in the middle of the day. This year the GPS started to behave and it took me 15 minutes to do 100 meters. But I really put all the effort to be here and I'm really happy to be here. Let me give you some numbers. So now, Tim, maybe it's a question, what is 10 years? Okay, and you know, what do we consider as really the conception point? For me, this is 10 years, at least for the global service. So it's 10 years. Then in terms of other numbers, resolution has decreased. We started with 1 kilometer, then 300 meters, 100 meters, and now we are about to roll out products which offer 10-meter resolution for some very often updated products. The numbers, the user base. Over the years, be it 10 or 11, we grew, at least for the global part, to 35,000 users. It's a very impressive number, I think. We can all be proud of this. We have, as Tim already mentioned, users really from different backgrounds. There are scientists, there are NGOs, industry, there are also international organizations, UNEP, UNDP, FAO. The user community is very vibrant. And we can see that it's still growing. 300 online users last year, 500 online users this year. I'm sure next year it will be even more. Urban focus. Urban focus is really very important. There was a workshop actually on Monday, organized by DAFIS, on climate adaptation with urban angle, right? And three things emerged. The first one is that urban is really very interdisciplinary. You know, it's all very, I mean, it's a wicked problem where many things are connected. You have green areas, but green areas can also be source of fires, for example, okay? So I think when we are thinking about this multidisciplinarity in urban setting, we need products and services which really approach urban from different angles and from different lenses. The second thing that also came up in that workshop is the level of scale and granularity. You know, if you're an urban planner, you need something which is really confined to the urban space. On the national level, the national planners also need obviously a much higher level of space which they cover. And then there is also the European level. So we also need products and services which really cover all of these three levels. And then the third thing which made me very enthusiastic also is that currently we have a lot of services and products and actually indicators which show the impact of climate change in urban areas. I think one of the calls would be to start looking for indicators that actually show the impact of adaptation measures in urban areas. This is still a little bit of a gap, and I hope that we can all go a little bit in that direction. So I think if we think about urban, obviously urban is is a very important focus. Already today, half of the population lives in urban areas. By 2050, we will have 7 out of 10 inhabitants of our planet living in urban areas. This will be even more wicked, even more a challenging problem. There will be a lot of competition for land. There will be a lot of impact on agricultural production, on biodiversity in hinterland of urban areas. This is something else that we in Global Land are looking into, and we are developing specific products around that. So I'm very happy, as you see, that urban is a particular challenge, and it's a very, very timely moment to have this discussion with you and to hear from you. And maybe the last thing I'd like to say is integration. Okay? We are starting to have more and more this kind of global need to integrate things. The Global Biodiversity Framework, which was agreed at last COP, COP15, really sets out the new global biodiversity framework. You know, in terms of climate change, there is more and more need to integrate. European Biodiversity Strategy 2030 already has a set of very, very integrated indicators, farm to fork. We are having more and more integrated needs. Okay, so I think this is something that was already mentioned by Tim. Also, between Global Land and European Land, we don't only organize an event together. We also try to work more and more together. So far, we had this division of global user community and European user community. The needs are very, very transversal, and that's why I would also like to thank EEA for organizing this event this time, and in a joint manner, because we are doing more and more joint steer of the whole land service. So on that note, I would very much like to wish you a very good and productive day. And I will be in and out because I have some other meetings here. But indeed, just pull my arm, pull my sleeve. If you have any questions, we are here. There is also Michelle, Andreas, the colleagues from the land team. Please reach out to us with any questions, any comments, and we are very much looking forward to working together with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. So I can tell you that we have a lot of participants online coming not only from Europe, but also Brazil, the Philippines, the US, India. So welcome to you all. Thank you for being up very late or very early. We appreciate that, and we hope you can continue staying awake. So I also want to stress what was already mentioned. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us. That's why we're here today. So you can do it during the event, but of course also afterwards. Now we open the floor for questions. Is there anything from people in the room here or online? People are not really awake here in the room yet. So Tim, I can ask you how you foresee the relation between the EEA and JRC for the evolution of the CLMS?
Well, how I see the relation is already very good, I have to start with. We have regular coordination meetings at technical level. One of the things is indeed this event, but also in preparing other events or invitations or whatever, and also in preparing new contracts, new projects, so to be sure that everything is streamlined. To make this more formal, we have recently, or in fact the JRC and EEA have recently, together with DIFIS, set up a new structure. We call it the steering group for the land user for the land monitoring service, where we try to formalize this a bit more and to come up with a vision where we want to work to, and to really make sure that all policy decisions, all procedural decisions are taken in the right direction, in the right way to arrive at this common goal, in fact.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Then I suggest we thank our speakers. Okay. The next session is going to focus on the land monitoring service itself, on the evolution in the past year, what has happened recently, and in what is coming in the future. And for this, I would like to invite two speakers onto the floor, Michael Charlet and Ursula Donatar, please. And the first speaker of the session is Michael, so please don't run too far away. He has a background in the geography and soil sciences and is the project lead at the Joint Research Center for implementing the global component of the land monitoring service, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see a room full of people interested again as a succession of last year, and I hope then the sequence will continue. For me, let's say at least at this level of participation, it will be my last one because I'm phasing out of work, let's say, which is another step in life then, but okay. So I will tell you a little bit about the global activities on the land service, but let's start. Okay, there we go. So, the urban planet. Since quite a few decades, humans are basically driving environmental change. We have, as Ivan said already, quite a lot of people living in towns. Towns are spread all over. So in this era of Anthropocene, I think we can also talk about the urban planet, and that's also, let's say, very much used in scientific publications. Here we see a city of Santiago de Chile, which is a city of 6.3 million inhabitants, settling in between the mountains in Chile, creating a lot of, let's say, pressure and demands from the surrounding areas. So the urban sprawl and surrounding areas, there is a relation there which we have to establish, to look at, and to monitor. In 2007, we crossed the line. Let's say from that moment onwards, according to the official counts, we had more people, or starting to have more people living in towns and cities than in rural areas, in urban agglomerations. By now, we reach like 56% of global population, like 4.4 billion people live in cities, in agglomerations. Agglomerations means then, let's say, the city center with the immediate surroundings. And this creates, of course, a continuous pressure on these surroundings. This trend will continue as expected, and as was said before already, by 2050, some 7 out of 10 people will live in cities. That means, of course, concentration, but all these people depend on all their services practically from other areas. Here we see the evolution from 1950 on, let's say, the distribution of the population in cities. So on the top left, you see 1950, and the darker the blue, the more percentage of the national population lives in cities. And we see the evolution to 2014, 2050. Some 85% of the global population, lives in these urban centers and clusters. So the expanded cities, if you want. So that's quite important. And you see more in Asia than anywhere else. All these dots are cities with more than 300,000 inhabitants, the so-called big cities. So that's a category starting at 300,000 inhabitants. There are about 1,600 cities like that. All the dots you see in blue are cities which are located in, let's say, the humid areas. All the colored ones are in the dry areas. So about 33% of these 1,600 cities are situated in semi-arid, dry subhumid, arid climates, even hyper-arid, 2%, which means there is a lot of demand and a lot of pressure on the water resources there. And this is going to increase. If you look at the lower graph, the bottom part shows cities in areas which will be drying out according to the UNFCCC forecast. So we see that from, let's say, the imminent future to the far future, from left to right on the graph, the number of cities which will be located in a drier climate increases. So the drier areas expand just in these particular areas. So there is an enormous challenge there. And this is climate related, of course. The other challenge is human land use and human needs. So as I said before, the cities, they are depending of all their services, food, water, energy, of surrounding areas. And so there is this nexus between global agglomerations and environmental pressure and the challenges that go with it. Here we see in Rwanda, it's the city of Ruhengeri. It's a small city, 120,000 inhabitants, so it's not one of the big cities. But you see very well on the image, well, I see it better than you probably, the difference, let's say, from the south, the agglomeration expanding into the green area, which is the Virunga National Park. It's a cross-country park. So we see this from this relatively small city, anyhow, getting this pressure onto the surrounding area into practically this national park. These little graphs here are, it's situated on the west of that image, that's why it's on the left side. And it indicates an area with, also in the park, where deforestation is mapped due to, let's say, the concentration and the influx of refugees. So refugees coming from these surrounding areas. And so we can map this deforestation in these particular areas in high detail. And we have a service for that, which we call the hotspot monitoring. And the hotspot monitoring is precisely doing that, mapping of land use and land use change at high resolution in these particular areas. Key landscape areas, national parks, etc. But areas where there is, of course, a challenge of managing the park, and one of these challenges is dealing with surrounding areas. And in many of these places, we see an increasing concentration of settlements around these parks. On the map, you see the areas which have been mapped so far, which is about 1.2 million square kilometers. Belgium is 31,000 square kilometers, so you can imagine the size. Mapping, we do also at global scale. We have 100-meter resolution global land cover maps, which are a very useful tool in all times of environmental monitoring. We have covered now 2015, 2019. There was a little gap also because of a forced change of resolution, but we will continue that now. And as I speak, basically we can practically sign the contract with the new consortium who will take care of the continuation of this service of land cover mapping. And it's setting up a whole system. It's basically very high frequent inventorizing the status of the land in terms of categories, water, no water, land, no land, and through time getting characterization of the land cover, which is then consolidated over a yearly period. But all these layers on a monthly basis will be available, will be made available. So that's an enormous pool of information and data at 10-meter resolution at global scale. So we're starting this activity now, expecting the first results, I would say, 10 months from now. So probably in the next event in June, you will see much more on that. The city of Harare, again, you see the expanding city, very irregular. I just put by example 2 little areas in red and yellow because we can monitor these surrounding areas and the vegetation and the land status. And you see on the 2 graphs, it's very subtle, and it's of course not a long period I shown here, but let's say the status of the vegetation, the vigorous activity is decreasing. And that's also because natural vegetation is more and more disappearing. It's agriculture, random settlements in these areas are being created. So it's urban sprawl and, let's say, establishment of activities to support the city. And all this creates, let's say, around this agglomeration, quite some challenges and pressures, and it's let's say at global scale with the products we have at this relatively lower resolution. This is the focus we have in this topic, let's say, looking at the relation urban and surroundings, as the resolution is in that sense not high enough to go really into monitoring of, for instance, urban green. And that is exactly this type of monitoring what one of our users is doing, Fernando of Guatemala. And he looks at providing information. He has a company who makes downstream products from the global and from the CLMS products, and looks at soil topography, etc., vegetation information, time series, evolutions, to feed this information into field engineers, urban planners, bioscience experts, who then can monitor the landslides, prevent wildfires, and moreover, actually use this to plan the urban management and expansion. And this is an example of one of the things in the city of Yucatan in central Guatemala. You see on the side here the city, and on the image basically you see the city kind of divides the natural environment. And what Fernando then is trying to do and trying to give information to the city planners is to manage this surrounding area so that this connectivity in forests, north and south, can remain, that the water resources can keep on functioning, and that by that, let's say, the ecosystem services which are needed to feed the city and to keep the biodiversity around are well maintained. And for that, for instance, you see the graphs. This is again, in this example here, using vegetation information. And I put this there to show you then one of our global products, which is vegetation monitoring. And we have many variables at 300 meter, and they are very frequent, every 10 days, since 1999, basically. So we are establishing long-term time series, which is a challenge for us because we had to deal with very different sensors, Spot 1, Spot 2, ProbaV, Sentinel-3. So now we are at the stage that we have enough Sentinel-3 data that we can adapt the archive to the NRT quality, which is much better than the archive in the past, of course. So we are establishing, and in the next year, we will introduce collections in that sense. So NRT with a consolidated archive that goes back as far as possible for the variable. We do, of course, continuously quality monitoring that is continued, and we will harmonize and more standardize that also across the service for all the products. In this case here, global products, we have a few new ones, burned areas. It's not new, but this version, which will become a collection, is new and is actually very good. And it's unique in the sense that it's a daily product with a consolidation on a monthly basis. And it really performs very well. It uses artificial intelligence in the algorithm and so on. Then we have another one which has just started, NPP, Net Primary Productivity, which is simple because it can be derived from another product we have, but many users asked to have the NPP readily available, so we answer to that need. And then we will start, or I mean it's ongoing, but the first products will be available on phenology, global phenology at 300 meter, fully compatible with what exists over Europe at the moment, the phenology product. And then next year we will have also on the evapotranspiration, which is very important for monitoring of agricultural areas, also in these urban agglomerations, irrigation, which is a lot the case, for instance, for vegetable production in these urban surroundings. Further than vegetation related, there are also then the water related, and we have also cryosphere, maybe a little bit less relevant in this context here. But water, of course, water, as I said, is one of the main challenges in the future, and especially if we have seen that many of these urban agglomerations will have to deal with drier circumstances. We monitor lake surface temperatures globally and have a monitoring system for that. Water levels also over about 23,000 virtual stations over rivers and lakes globally, and water quality at 300 meter and 100 meter and these are covering practically all the global lakes which are possible to cover with that resolution of 20 meter. Okay. And to validate all these biophysical products, which are very scientific quality products, we have a specific service which looks at ground-based observations and, let's say, from a point information creating a land information. That means using the same algorithm as we use for the satellite product. They produce from this point a kind of a pixel-based information around the point. And we have at the moment 88 stations worldwide. Again, these are very high-level scientific measurements, and we connect to existing networks to do exactly the same thing and getting in the data and producing land information. All this information is then available to the users. Now, creating these images also, as I've shown before, of the cities and the surroundings, mosaicing of, for instance, Sentinel-2 data is very useful for scientific purposes in terms of using the most representative spectral information of the pixel over time, or having an image which represents the area very well visually, like I have shown before. And this is then the Sentinel-2 Global Mosaic Service, which is available online as well. The Copernicus CLMS, we produce these variables, this information. We have to take care of user uptake, and that's one of the reasons why we have this event, to have a feedback, an interaction with the users. But we also have a request for, let's say, less experienced users to have this kind of first line analysis tools. So we are developing this first line analysis tools, and this little time series graphs I have shown were exactly made by this tool. And later in the afternoon, I think at the last session that meet the team, there will be a space or many spaces around where you can go and ask some more information, and somebody will show you how the tool works and other things, of course, and you can get information. Yes, I'm finished. So this is just a wrap-up of, let's say, the activities we have at global scale. And I went through all of them, and this is the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michiel. The next speaker is Ursula Donethal. She has a background in agricultural engineering, specialized in remote sensing on land. She is Michiel's counterpart at the EEA, as she's the project lead of the implementation of the pan-European and local components of the CLMS. And then she's also leading the efforts to the cross-coordination of access to in-situ data by Copernicus services at the EEA. And she will talk a bit about the efforts related to the pan-European and local work. Thank you. Please.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. And I would also like, this has already been said, but I would also like to give you all a warm greeting to this event. It is important that we continue these annual events, joint events. I think it really give us the opportunity to have this strong community around it. I will be talking more about the developments that we have been doing in 2023 and that we are going to be continuing during 2024. So last year I presented this slide, and I didn't reuse it just because it was easier, but because it really shows what our key objectives are for this Copernicus 2.0 phase. We are first wanting to ensure the continuity of the products of all the activities that we have launched recently regarding user uptake and communication, etc. Then we are going to increase our efforts on user uptake. We have been doing so by first starting an analysis of our portfolio together with the GRC, and that together with our continuous gathering of user requirements to drive the evolution of the service. We are engaged, and we need to address policy requirements that were included in our contribution agreement, ensure the fitness for purpose of our products, and finally, last but not least, on the technological development. So it is indeed true that remote sensing, it is a rapidly evolving topic, and we think that by making operational some of the new developments, we can increase efficiency in the production, and we can also make sure that our products get even more quality. So I will now go first one by one on this. First, on ensuring the continuity. So we started Copernicus 2.0 by creating an internal governance at the EA that would ensure us that this continuity is not hampered by any other, by changes or even by transition periods such as the one that we are living now at the EA. This governance is now established, it is well established, and it is also considered key at the EA. We are also giving continuation to some of our key products, and this is also about user engagement, isn't it? Because when we decided to launch another Greenland cover for the 2024, we were actually giving response to one of the most demanded requirements across our stakeholders. We are increasing the collaboration with key stakeholders, and this is not only about EEA stakeholders. As you know, we have the luxury of being in an entity that is actually one of our key users of our products. And we try to reinforce that conversation, and we are, of course, we initiated it a long time ago, but we are now working harder on the reinforcement of collaboration with the GRC. A good example, but not only with the unit where the CLMS stands. A good example is the launch of, we will be launching the Small with the Features update soon, and the call for tender has been drafted together with the GRC D5 unit. We are also going to share the call for tenders with Agri. So this type of collaborations that we are aiming at. And finally, we have reinforced our team, which is the basis for the development of the service. So without them, there's of course no service at all. We are now complete for the first time in a long time. The last colleague that joined in February. It is true that we will unfortunately lose Henrik. I think he's listening now. I send him my warm greetings. We have, this leads me to the next thing. Even if I am the project lead of the Copernicus Contribution Agreement, You will have the opportunity to meet the team afterwards in the afternoon, and I would encourage you to go around, to ask us, to meet especially Jose Miguel, who is going to be leading the cross-cutting coordination of access to in situ data, and also you already know Joanna, who is leading the user uptake, and I think that these two people, you are going to be meeting them quite often. On the user uptake, so we started by saying, okay, we know the Commission is creating a user uptake and a communication strategy, so we created our own for the whole duration of the contribution agreement. We always call it communication and user uptake because both of the topics are interlinked, and one without the other it's very difficult to achieve, actually. We launched an internal Copernicus user uptake coordination group at the EA. We are giving continuity to it. It is about Copernicus, not about the land service. So we know at the EA we have colleagues that are working with marine, that are working with atmosphere and climate change. And what we want is to have a forum where we can all share experiences and look for synergies. We are now supporting the development of use cases through the European Topic Center. We are also reinforcing our collaboration with entrusted entities, having bilaterals with each of them. We created, I think with the EGMS, we created a business case on how could a series of trainings and webinars take place. I think this resulted, we had very good results, and this is more or less the idea that we are going to follow in the next year. We are developing the national collaboration program, not only with the user forum, but also through IONET. We hope that this is going to be one of the forums that will allow our users, the countries, to express their requirements, to give feedback on our products, and also to involve them in the further development of the service. And we have been also working to facilitate the access to data and services, which was one of the requirements that was mentioned every now and then. We are going to be launching today this new CLMS portal that has new functionalities and will be that I think that makes it easier to search and to find products. And of course, my colleague Matteo is going to present here the concept of the Copernicus Land Data Store, which is also related to that. And on communication, we are working, and I think we are quite advanced in creating a brand. We created a brand book for CLMS and in situ in line with the EU space branding. We are populating the web with news items, use cases, stories, feature articles. We have now been publishing Copernicus Observer articles, one every month. I know it's not going to be Copernicus Observer anymore called, but okay. We launched recently an annual feedback survey for you all to give us your opinion, and this is going to be continued in the next years. I had a very interesting comment during the user forum on Tuesday on this. One of the users told me, why don't you also create national user surveys that will allow the countries to gather all the requirements per country and channel them to you? I think this is a great idea, and this is something to be considered. We launched our LinkedIn account in March, and we already have 900 followers. I think I'm not a digital native, unfortunately. I'm already too old for that. But I think it's quite, I think it's quite good numbers, but that's my, but who knows? And of course, we have created a teaser video of the CLMS that is going to be presented later this afternoon. On policy requirements, this is one of the things that we are being asked to, we need to give response. There were 4 policy areas that were already indicated in the contribution agreement. This is LULUCF and Climate Adapt, the biodiversity strategy, the nature restoration law and forest strategies, the new CAP, and the urban sustainability. And I am leaving the urban sustainability for the end because this is actually, this is why this land user event today is focused on urban applications, because urban is one of the key policies that we need to address. You will have the opportunity also more to learn about that during the panel discussion. today, and it is also want to highlight the collaboration that we are doing with the GRC on the Knowledge Center for Earth Observation, collaborating in the deep dives. So as you know, the deep dives, they are carrying out on different topics. What they do is they analyze at a cross-service level what the gaps or what the overlaps or what the needs are related to different policies. We collaborated for the ones in biodiversity that was published earlier this year, and we are now collaborating for the one on climate adapt. And then finally, what about the technical development? Because I said that this is something key for the service for the evolution of the service. So we can put it in four different aspects or segments. First, on the production. So we have demonstrated that we are able to make operational products that have not been created earlier, let's put it this way. So we did it with the European Ground Motion Service. That is the proof that a technique can be implemented operationally. We are now moving towards continuous monitoring of water through the high-resolution water, snow, and ice. And we are also collaborating on the strategic research and innovation agenda with the GRC to drive a roadmap for the evolution of the service based on technical evolution, and also collaborating with different Horizon Europe projects and helping them help us in a way. We also collaborate in the evolution of the space segment, because we have our colleagues are involved in the evolution of Sentinel-1, 2, and also on the very high resolution coverage. On the in situ component, we have taken advantage of the fact that we are sitting next to each other, and we are going to explore what crowdsourcing can give us for the validation of agricultural related products. And finally, on data access, because this has been the great game changer lately on cloud processing and those type of infrastructures, we are working on the Copernicus Land Data Store. And with this, I finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Usa. So, time for questions. Are there any? Oh, the silence. Then I will, okay, that helped, perfect. Do we have someone with a mic?
Thank you. Jens Danzeglocke, Germany, also delegate to the user forum. I would like to ask a question about the interlinkage between the European land and the global land services, because I see also in the user forum a lot of products being presented by both you, EEA and JRC. I wonder, are there some products that are being developed on the European side first and then being globalized, or the other way around? Or is this somehow not so interlinked? For me, it looks a bit separated, the way it is presented at least, and I would like to better understand how the interlinkages are between the two. Thanks.
Yep. Yes. I can start answering. So indeed, the portfolios are more or less mirrored, and what we are doing. And sometimes we have the differences maybe on the spatial resolution. That's the case in the global biophysical and the European biophysical parameters. We are collaborating. To put you an example, with a high resolution imperviousness, the built-up area. It's being coordinated with the GRC for the global human settlement layer, which is not within the CLMS, but it is within the emergency management service. I think in general, the link, we are now we are now exploring that link actually in the analysis of the portfolio that is being carried out. And we hope that we will have an idea of what if there are any overlaps, but also what are the gaps still to be addressed. And
yes, let's say, if you look at the past, of course, there was a difference in resolution. I mean, global scale products, you couldn't do at 10 meter or 20 meters. So we started at 1 kilometer, then 300 meter. These biophysical variables, they are highly scientific, so it's still not so easy to make them at high resolution at the level of quality we have. But of course, we are looking at that. And that's, for instance, in Europe, there are already a few. And you might expect a convergence in the future on that. Vice versa, for instance, I mean, taking the urban application here, I would say, like, activities like Urban Atlas could be interesting for cities, but of course, I mean, you cannot start doing that at global scale at the moment, so there might be maybe like hotspot monitoring, a few cities you can do that for, but that's, let's say, quite limited. So basically, yeah, the geographical scope and the possibilities technically, which are converging together, still make that maybe it seems there are two types, but in the end, as I said, this will all converge in the future, basically, and that's what we are working on.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we need to move on to the next session. Yeah, please just find us. We need to move on now, but also all the questions addressed in the chat and not addressed today will be answered afterwards. Sorry. Please find us.
So data lies at the core, and the data store is one of the key components, as Uswe was mentioning. So in this next session, I don't know if there is a, yes, we'll talk a little bit about data. But before we get to that, in case you want to also stretch your hands, just to understand who is in the room and who is online, who has ever considered themselves a user. A show of hands, who has used data? I see a few more. Okay, very good, not bad. Very good, very good. And online, if you do also indicate what kind of products you use, it would be very, very helpful because it is a user event and it is a way that we can collect feedback. So, as I mentioned, the next speaker will present the early stages of a framework to enable integration of EEA's CLMS products into your cloud-based solutions. So it is actually my colleague Matteo Matuizzi who is going to talk and present what we have in the store for you. He's an environmental engineer specialized in Earth observation, and he spent 10 years working with Earth observation as a scientist, and he was involved in illicit crop monitoring surveys for the UN, ODC, so drugs and crime unit around the world. So he's got a global component, but he has been at the European Environment Agency for a while, and he's actually has been focusing on setting up the data store. So, Matteo.
Thank you, Gulcin. Warm welcome also from my side. I was introduced already, and I will talk to you about the Copernicus Land Data Store. The Copernicus Land Data Store does not directly have a direct connection to urban applications, but it is intended to bring a solution on how we are storing data, how we are handling data at the CLMS EEA, and it will hopefully positively impact also you as a users on how you access and you get the data served. The Copernicus Land Data Store is an activity that is led by the EEA, so it is addressing our pan-European and local component, but it was implemented, or it is implemented with the help of our ETC-DI and also in close cooperation and coordination with the JRC. We're not aiming for a bubble of data and of access. We are aiming at something that makes the access to data easier for our user, and they should be seamlessly done independently from what data is accessed. First thing I would like to bring your attention actually to this graphic. I'm not sure if you see the numbers, but it shows our data storage requirements, the history, so back in 2016, and also the forecast until the end of this delegation agreement. And while data-wise, data access and storage-wise, until 2019, this is where you see the steep increase, we have been living a fairly easy life, and I stress out in terms of data storage and dissemination. This, after 2019, changed drastically, and the change came with the biophysical parameters, and you see the peak. Our portfolio increased by tenfold, so from about 30 terabytes of data, after 1 year, we were about 450 terabytes of data. Users before that, or for smaller type of products, users usually went to our portal, downloaded a few data set, a few gigabytes of data, and then worked on their premises. This is obviously not possible anymore if we are talking about terabytes of data, about 100 terabytes of data, and it's not only about data volumes, but also about data quantities. It's not possible anymore when we are talking about 100,000 of files and 100 terabytes of data. So we had to react and to install or to prepare a proper data governance at the CLMS and a proper data dissemination access to for our users outside. So the CLDS ultimately aims at increasing the user uptake. So we want our product to be closer to users, or users. We want that our users have it easier to access and to use and work with our data. That's actually the ultimate and main goal of the CLDS. And to understand where the problems are and how people are working or experts are working with our data, we had an internal, so EEA internal consultation this spring, so it was in May, basically. And here I would like to highlight the three most central elements that I discovered. The first point was simply knowing about the product. So people are often working in their how they used to work, and they don't even know that by means of geospatial data, it is possible to solve something more efficiently and more easily. So it is a question of discoverability and findability of the data sets. And I don't want to go into the details here, but it's important that we address this. And whenever a user, knowingly or not, can benefit from geospatial data, this user should be able to find and to access this data. That's the fundamental question. The next point was being able to work with the data, or basically to know the data set. Each data set is produced according to specific rules and targeting specific applications. Before a user is able to use the product, the user needs to know exactly how it was produced, what its uncertainties are, or how reliable a product is, what exactly the information is inside the product. This can entail to read 80 pages of product user manual, complicated ATBDs, or algorithm documents, verification documents. This is a not to underestimate workload. And the third point is, finally, user has a product, knows about the product, how to work with the product. Before the big data, or before we entered into the domain of large data sets, users downloaded data and usually processed it on their premises. This is, and typically also with their GIS applications or scriptings or whatever users were used or selected as best choice for them. This, with terabytes of data and 100,000 files, this is not possible anymore like that. And and it requires the users to change considerably the way how they are working and interacting with data. So what are the main problems with big data, and what are the main problems with cloud environments? The first thing, massive data is hard to move. Where the data is stored, it usually has also to be processed. And this is a reality and a dilemma of big data these days. Then it requires large, massive processing infrastructure, which is usually far beyond what users usually have in on their premises. And then handling terabytes of files, handling 100,000 files requires dedicated handling solutions. That is because it's hard to handle more than, let's say, 10, 20 files in one process without proper handling solutions. Then we need to be aware that users' working practices are diverse. So we have GIS platforms, we have image processing platforms, we have offline, online tools, we have different scripting languages, but the solutions are few. So we have cloud environments, which usually have a data hosting, so they have a massive pile or amount of data, and then they have solutions how this data can be processed. And the problem is that this is often different to what users are used to. So there is a major need for learning how to work with those cloud environments. Okay, I need to rush then. And it is also reality that often users have to access several cloud environments, which means that they have to learn from the different options offered by those cloud environments. And last sentence, all cloud solutions are different and none of them fits directly into the user way of working. I would like to mitigate or to soften a bit this sentence. There are very good cloud solutions out there, but the problem still remains that users have to often learn a lot of things before they're even able to process data on the cloud. How is the CLDS trying to deal or trying to reduce all those problems and make it easier for users? First of all, the internal data governance, which will ensure that data is hosted properly, it's backed properly, it's offered or disseminated to users by the right mechanism, it's stored in the right file format. All this will be done by the CLDS activity. Then we will force or we will highlight or strengthen as much as we can the interoperability. We want our data to be used by users. We don't want to drag users into our solution. We want our data to be used, so we will encourage our data to be hosted or to be accessed also from other external cloud solutions. Then we will ensure performant connectivity to CLDS to the outside. So whenever a user prefers to access the data, to download and use work on the data locally or on their premises, wherever, we will not hinder them or we will try to favor that. But there are still data sets which remain too big to be moved. This is a matter of fact. So we will ensure that there is a competitive on-premise resource, processing resource available, which will hopefully, the idea is that it will allow service providers, third parties, and users in general also to install their own routines and offer their own services to users, to their own users. We are, as you heard at the beginning, we are in the process of shaping this product. We have started this week a user consultation. I invite you to read the concept note, and I invite you to fill out the survey, which is online until the 25th of October. Sorry, the date was, didn't update the date here. Here is the QR code if you would like to scan it. Otherwise, you find it on our social media and our portal. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Matteo. We still have 1 or 2 minutes for urgent questions. Yes, maybe we start with the gentleman in the front. Does anybody have a microphone? And then we go that way. Yes.
Hi, thanks, Matteo. Christoph Sanier from IGNFI. I would say even before the being able to access the data sort of easily, there is a need to know what data are available just widely. And I mean, a lot of this work that we're involved in is still very much sort of scientifically driven. And I still find that there is a bit of a lack of knowledge about all the Copernicus land monitoring products, particularly at European level amongst the scientific community. And I was wondering how you would, is this something you're concerned about or you're planning to address or is already being addressed? Yeah. Thanks.
Could you just introduce yourselves, and just for efficiency as well, maybe we take, we take a few questions together, so.
I did introduce Christoph Sanier from IGNFI.
Oh, very good, sorry. We go that way and that way? All right, sorry.
I need to remember that.
So, do you want to take notes?
Raymond Sluiter, Netherlands Space Office. Thank you, Matteo, for this overview. With respect to the clouds, yeah, I recognize that for the users it's really a challenge to find the cloud and to use this. And I think maybe in that way we should also educate people. But there are many clouds around. But with respect to the Wikio, there are many clouds around. But with respect to the Wikio platform and the Copernicus data space ecosystem, what are your plans with these platforms in relation to the data store?
Yes, it's on. Okay. Wolfhard Geiler, I'm a senior advisor to DLR, the German Space Agency. With respect to the use especially in the urban community, we find that a lot of users are not aware of what Copernicus can do for them, which is really a shame. But there's also usually a lack of knowledge in how to use this data. As you said before, you want the user to know what is in the data and what kind of information is in the data from various sensors, how to combine them, how to extract that information. This seems to be a huge obstacle to introduce this to a wider spread community, not only at urban or municipal government levels, but also when you go to urban planners, when you go to urban design and architects. We find this a lot that they say, we used to digital map data, so cadastral is fine and air photo is fine, but that's about it. So would it be possible, long story short, would it be possible to, for instance, introduce a number of sample products, and not just a product, but an explanation on how did we get from our vast amount of very valuable Copernicus data to this kind of very specific information, just to lead the user, give them examples and show them how to process and what tools to use, what tools are available and what they do. Thank you.
Thank you. I will start to reply, and I think the question of Christoph and you are somewhat similar, and actually also confirming my internal consultation at the agency. So there are many products outside in the world, and how do users learn about the existence of this product? And it remembers me also a colleague from university who said, Matteo, your products, he was referring to the tree cover density, this is super nice European product. I was just not aware of it. This is a real and a major issue. Obviously, this is as part of findability and discoverability of data sets. And I think at the end, it needs to be a mix of solutions. One thing is events like this. One thing are social media activities, but probably not only. And on a more technical part, it's about having the catalog accessible to search functionalities. So whenever a user, it's kind of searching in the internet, when a specific search is submitted, that the users can somehow find their way to the data set. So indeed, I would say you confirm the concerns that I had collected from internal colleagues and also in the past also from other users. And it's a challenge, it remains a challenge which the CLDS hopefully will be able to contribute to reduce that gap and bring data closer to the users. To your question on the the relation of the CLDS with VKO and the CDSC, so the European cloud, which was recently launched, I would also include our own portal, which is also a window to our data, if you would like to see it like that. The CLDS will try to be a lower level of data pool or mechanism to access data. So we will really try to make the access of VKO to our CLDS as seamless as possible, as VKO already now is a distributed or federated solution. So there is data on EUMETSAT, ECMWF, Mercator, and they are all, or most of the data is distributed across different clusters. So this is about topic about interoperability and use the right standards to allow that interoperability. And I would say it's a core aim of the CLDS to improve that.
Thank you, Matteo. In any case, Matteo is here. You can always grab him over coffee or during the Meet the Team session. And for our online viewers, we are still available and we can answer questions by email or in any other way. So this concludes the morning session. I have a few reminders before we actually go and grab coffee. One is that after the coffee break, there will be feedback sessions. So these are small breakouts, both for in-person participants, but online participants. And for the in-person physical participants, you do have the feedback session that you're supposed to go to on the back of your badge. So if you haven't already done so, please do so. For online participants, technically at 11:30, so feedback sessions start at 11:30, but just please do connect a few minutes before. We would like to be quite strict on time, also for online participants. There should be a window that pops up in the Zoom meeting room that you're following this through. If it doesn't, there should be a program tab. So click on it and get into the interactive feedback session. So the JRC's session will be online and everything else for the physical participants will be either on the ground floor or upstairs on the first floor. So if you do have questions about where your room might be, please feel free to find somebody who, one of us, and then we can help you find the feedback room. What is important is that the sessions will start at 11:30 sharp, so be there 5 minutes early if you can. And after that, there will be a lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30. So we want to start 1:30 in this room sharp with a little energy something, so that's the surprise element. So please do be here. We will take a few minutes to get a bit of an energy boost before going back to the content. And I think with that, I have mentioned everything that I need to mention. And in the meantime, as Matteo was suggesting, and also we mentioned earlier, we will really appreciate your feedback. So whenever you see a QR code, please scan in and submit your feedback on the event, on our services, on the data store as well. So with that, thank you very much for the morning session and enjoy your coffee. Got our energy boost. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think after a very delicious food and good coffee, we are ready after jumping and screaming, and we are louder than we think. We are ready for our panel debate. So could I actually ask Annika and Joachim to come to the stage? So we will be having a discussion on policy and what CLMS means for policy for the next 45 minutes. There will be a Q&A during and after the discussion. So start thinking about what kind of questions you might have to our panelists, both you can actually sit here, isn't that kind of if you're comfortable there, that's also fine. So start thinking a little bit about your comments and questions already now. Before the policy and before I give the floor to my guests, there are a couple of things that I would like to share in terms of policy context, and there are a couple of slides that go with that. So just looking at the screen, because today's focus is about land, and it is not this one, sorry. So it is about our home, where we live, and we talk about urban. But in terms of policy, CLMS has got many, many policy relevant points, which could be quite good. So while we wait for that, I can already start. So some of the products that we develop are mentioned during this session that are about land and urban, of urban relevance. But as I was mentioning before, we do support many different EU policies. And with the European Green Deal, the European Union has actually set quite ambitious plans in terms of environment and climate policies. And one of the key tasks of these policies is actually to be able to monitor progress and also feed back policy processes in its implementation. So from land use, LULUCF policies, forestation, biodiversity, or any kind of urban spatial planning policies, there is quite a bit of information that is relevant in Copernicus products. But just bear in mind that today's focus is actually on urban. I do sense that there's a bit of a technical problem with the slides. So without taking that much time, if you do get the slides up afterwards, I can take that point later as well. But what is important actually is that this is a user focus, and as mentioned before, we want to collect as much feedback as possible. So we want to make sure that the products that we develop for you is meeting your user needs and requests. So we want to do it in a way that we collect your input as much as possible, and depending on our resources and availabilities, with the latest scientific knowledge, we do continue developing products, and some of the earlier sessions did mention these in terms of different needs or some of the challenges as well. So we are here to listen as well. So it's a continuous feedback of progress, development, and improving the products and the kind of services that we offer to you. So having said that, this afternoon session is about policy relevance, and we have two guests, Annika Lenz and Joachim Meis, who will be sharing some of their thoughts. But it is also the third panelist, and I mean you in the audience. So hopefully you will have questions and comments and other suggestions, and actually our two panelists might also have some questions for you as part of this continuous feedback and evolution and improved service idea. So Annika is a program management officer at UN Habitat since 2019. And she manages a project called Urban 2030 with expert recommendations on sustainable development goals, indicators related to urban development. So she has a global perspective on some of the issues that we face today, and will reflect a little bit on how these data that we have can support the policies there. And Joachim Mees is working as a policy analyst at the UNICEF Policy Development and Economic Analysis at the European Commission's Director General for Regional and Urban Policy. So he works on green transition, climate change, and biodiversity, which is, I think, one of the points that he's going to mention in his intervention. And before joining DG Regio of the European Commission, he worked as a biodiversity research center, researcher at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. So maybe we take some general remarks as to why is this data relevant to you? How do you use it? In maybe starting with Annika. Can you share some of your thoughts? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks very much, Gulcin, for this nice introduction, and also to Monja for the energizer. I hope that we will also keep you awake throughout the session. So please allow me to say a few words about UN Habitat, because I think it's a different actor than the others in the room, probably. So it's a United Nations program for cities and human settlements, and we have both an operational and a normative mandate. And we have country programs in many developing countries, and we're biggest and strongest in crisis countries. Today I would like to emphasize the urban monitoring work that we do. It's led by our data and analytics unit in our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya. And we have the custodianship for several of the indicators and target of some of the sustainable development goal that relates to cities. I'll go into detail a bit further on. We're also the focal point for the implementation of an intergovernmental agenda on cities called the New Urban Agenda. And there's also a system-wide strategy for urbanization in the United Nations system, because there are so many UN organizations that work in cities and on urban development. So, related to your question on how we use the Earth observation and the Copernicus land management services. So, we help countries implement a harmonized definition of what is a city, a town, and a rural area that was developed by the European Commission together with a consortium of other agencies. So it's for the first time there's a global definition of what is a city, because before every country used their own definition, which made sense for that country, but then it makes it impossible to compare. And we also monitor, as I said, some of the indicators related to urban development. So the one that's probably the most obvious in this context is to track spatial urbanization trends. So it's to monitor how cities grow in relation to population growth, and also to see who grows faster. Are the cities around the world becoming denser, or do they sprawl? Then there's also a target on access to public transport. So we help cities monitor what share of the population has access to public transport, and we use also satellite imagery, and we combine it with data on public and also semi-private, semi-public transport. That's what exists in many developing cities. And while normally the cities are supposed to calculate that and the UN would just collect and aggregate the data, since the capacity in some cities is low, we actually calculate that on behalf of some of the cities also. There's also a target related to the access to open public spaces in cities. So we also, thanks to satellite imagery, we map where the public spaces. We still need inputs from the residents, so it's always a kind of participatory process so that they confirm which are actually open spaces, public spaces, which are for public use. And we also map deprivations in urban settlement that's related to slums. And while this used to be always a household definition to see which household does not have security of tenure, does not have access to sanitation, does not have access to water, actually there is next month an expert meeting at our headquarters to debate if we can move this definition and the monitoring towards Earth observation. And I can, if I still have time? Yes. Okay, I can give some examples because, as I said, we work a lot in cities in developing countries and a lot in crisis contacts of how we use Earth observation in our daily engagement with cities. So one is, for example, we can help cities to map buildings, to build a cadastre, for example, to collect property tax that can then be invested in infrastructure, because it's something all the European cities have, but a lot of cities in developing countries, they don't have a cadastre. There's also, we combine, as I said, Earth observation and what we call participative enumeration to map slums and to help them to be on the map. Because an issue is often in developing countries that the slums, the informal areas, are not on the map and they're ignored by the local authorities. So it's a way also to empower the residents to negotiate for some of the services that they should have, such as waste collection or access to drinking water. We also help cities to analyze their growth pattern and so that they can plan ahead of future growth. And something we do, for example, we've started doing this in Syria and Libya, is a city profile. So we use satellite images and we combine that with data on the ground to map which buildings are destroyed, for example. The residents, are they, let's say, local residents, or are they people who have come back from abroad, or are they displaced internally in Syria? What is the existing infrastructure? Is there still access to water? Is there still waste collection? Is there still a school? And so we have these kind of profiles of the city level, but also the neighborhood level, and it can help the authorities to make decisions where to invest as a priority. I'll stop here.
So I thought that I would move here to have a bit more of a panel discussion, but maybe we could share the microphone. No, thanks a lot, Annika. I mean, what I take away is very much this kind of powerful tool that enables many authorities, including the UN, to kind of get a more realistic picture on the ground, but also that in situ kind of verification component, so it's not just the satellite imagery. And the diversity of topics, both from access to green spaces to transport networks. Joachim, can you tell us a little bit about your work and why CLMS data is relevant for Europe?
Yeah, so indeed I work as a policy officer in a DG Regio, and we implement the EU's cohesion policy. The cohesion policy, the main purpose of that policy is to reduce disparities between places actually in Europe. And this concept of territorial cohesion is something that defines sort of our existence. And it's part of the treaty of the European Union. So it is a common effort to have a balanced, harmonized economic and social growth in Europe, in countries, in and within regions, in cities, ensure that people who are living in the outermost regions, for instance, have the same opportunities as citizens and companies and businesses in other regions. The divide between urban and rural, the divide between coastal areas and mountain areas. So how do we ensure that within that rich variety of places in Europe we can have a convergent economic development? So that's sort of the main, I mean, core of our policy. And to do that, we sit on a large budget. We have an investment budget of 400 billion euro in the 7-year time frame, which puts us next to agricultural policy in Europe. We invest in many areas, but mainly in the green transition, also in climate adaptation, in infrastructure, especially on connecting regions, so transport infrastructure, but also in competitiveness with budgets that go to support SMEs, for instance. In order because I work in a almost unique environment in the Commission, in that we develop the cohesion policy in our unit, but at the same time, there's a team that directly supports the policy development with spatial data. And I mean, maybe to put it really short, I mean, we are almost at an EU level a spatial planning team that helps the policy to understand where are spatially disparities between regions and how can we solve and address them. So from that perspective, we are indeed an important user of Copernicus Land products, not only land, but also climate and other data. But certainly on land, our interest is mainly to see and understand how cities are growing in Europe. Is that growth sustainable in terms of land and efficiency, the efficient use of land? Does it lead to fragmentation or to urban sprawl? Because clearly, I mean, we invest in building roads and in building infrastructure, so we also want to understand what is the impact of these investments on land and environment. From that point of view, we are particularly interested in soil sealing indicators, in imperviousness, in helping the development of urban atlas with high-resolution data on land dynamics in cities, and we work in close collaboration with the UN on sustainable development goals, particularly on sustainable urbanization. I'll leave it with that for now.
Yeah, as I was saying, land is a precious and scarce resource, and there are many, many pressures, I think, both in terms of developing world and in Europe as well. So I can open the floor to questions. If you do have questions, please do raise your hand and alert, and the same online as well. One of the things that I had asked my dear panelists to reflect a little bit about, if they had questions that they would like to ask the audience. So maybe we ask the questions and then discuss a little bit, and then we get some sort of reflections on the questions. So Annika, what would you like to ask the audience?
Thanks a lot, Gertine. So as I mentioned before, the biggest challenge we have, apart from the data resolution, to which I will come later, is really the capacity of the cities and the countries, developing countries and crisis countries, to apply, to monitor in their cities, to apply global definitions such as the degree of urbanization, and to monitor and calculate what is actually the access to transport or to public spaces and so on, which would be a basis for their internal planning. So the question is, are there any ideas, any hints? What could we further do to expand the capacity of these countries to apply these methodologies?
And Joachim, what would you like to ask the audience?
Yeah,
online and offline.
Yeah, on all lines for me, it's fine. The 30% up to 38% actually of the funds under cohesion policy have to support climate related measures, both mitigation and adaptation. So to a large extent, we implement the European Green Deal. One of the questions that we struggle with to address, and that I would open to the Copernicus community, is to help us understand what is the impact of the Green Deal on land. The Green Deal aims for sustainable agriculture, the Farm to Fork strategy. It sets objectives for renewable energy. Renewable energy needs space. Where do we find that space? What is the consequence of using more space for renewable energy? It puts requests on resources, mining, again, what is the impact of that on land? And particularly, I mean, can we have better monitoring under Copernicus on the link between land and climate? As part of the Fit for 55, the Commission has a new target for LULUCF, so land use and agriculture and forestry as a way to sequester carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So also here having better support from Copernicus on the role, the potential future role of land in supporting Green Deal and in supporting carbon sequestration would be something that would help us further, particularly also in our efforts to stimulate rural economies. Thank you.
Sometimes it's a question of definition as well, because I think in a highly urbanized area, region like Europe, you know, what is a city and what is a, you know, peri-urban area, etc. It does all get kind of blurry, but I think Copernicus is one of the tools that helps with some of these definitions, as you were also mentioning, Annika. Any questions from the room? If not, I do have loads of questions, so while you think, but I'm trying to also have some sort of eye contact. Yes, there's a question over there. Could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, yes, again, my name is Wolfert Geile at Geomatics Consulting. I've also been and still are a senior advisor to DLR in Germany, German Aerospace Center. My question would be, how far do you would like to go beyond just the data and beyond the first level or low level information? Because I mean, we hear a lot, and it's driven by large corporations from the States, data and digital corporations. Everything's data driven. So the more data we have, the better we are. But I mean, data are just numbers. So we have to turn those data into something useful. And I'm thinking a little further to say when we're tackling problems like climate change, resilience, but also kind of modeling into the future. Where will our cities be in 20 years from now? How can we prevent rather than just mitigate? We like fighting fires. Yes, that's necessary. But preventing fires may be the better solution. So how far do you, both of you, envisage modeling and simulation, scenario assessment at a higher level to serve these purposes? And what kind of data? That's for the data community to answer. What kind of information do you need to drive this kind of modeling that you need to answer your question so we can cater to those needs?
Thank you. Do you want to reflect on that, being users of that kind of knowledge?
How far do we want to go? That's it's a very good question, and I think the planning horizon of many cities in developing countries is rather in the present and is quite short ahead. And it's partially what leads also to the growth of slums, because it's people settle where there's no plan ahead for infrastructure, and there's also no space reserved for infrastructure. So we advocate for planning ahead 10 years ahead, 30 years ahead, and then to provide at least space for the trunk infrastructure. So you can say this can be a settlement. It will probably be informal because that's what happens. But at least let's reserve space to have the road. And in the road, then we can put the pipes for the water, the sanitation, and we can have space for waste collection and so on and so on. And that's also related to climate change, because what happens now is that the cities often fight against new residents who settle in an informal way. They're unwelcome, and then these new residents, they have to settle somewhere where it's unsafe, like in climate hazardous areas. About the question how far we go, there's an effort by the UN, which is linked to the UNFCCC, so the Convention on Climate Change, to model up to 70 years ahead of time, to model the population and also the urban expansion. Of course, the further you go in the future, the more you lose on precision. So it's always a trade-off. But I think for climate change, it's interesting to go like quite far ahead to see, you know, where and what population will you have and where will they live. So there are projects that go so far ahead.
Yeah, to add to this, so on modeling, one observation I have is that sort of all our climate policy and our targets to 2030 and beyond are very much based on modeling. And I mean, many people know these projections of temperature with an error sort of band around it, which is, yeah, maybe to some the only reason why we have climate policy. And so how strong and sound are these models is, of course, then a crucial issue. I confront that with land, and there I see less tendency or less opportunities to use actually land models to define our future goals on biodiversity or ecosystems or land cover and land use and so on. So I think it would be very welcome. Sorry, it would be very welcome to also develop better and policy relevant models that demonstrate how land is being used. Again, for instance, to assess the impacts of the European Green Deal or potentially of other policies that will come. Then what I find useful working in a DG like Regio, where typically, I mean, the first indicator that we consider is GDP, and the second indicator is employment. And I don't think that's different in ECFIN or in GROW or in many other departments, and also at the table of the commissioners themselves. So that's the first I always look at. So from that perspective, I mean, having information on land and all its components that is compatible with an accounting system is useful, because that's the way how analytical teams within the Commission often are working. So national aggregates of regional aggregates in an understandable indicator. So indeed, there's a massive flood of data on Copernicus. I don't know many policy officers who will dive actually into that, but I'm always in favor of developing sound accounting systems that could also test or stand the test of a statistical standard.
Thank you. Maybe it's also a question of having local kind of tailored information. If we are talking about cities that require some sort of transformation or planning into the future, because some of these European cities are quite old, they have existing infrastructures, and maybe it does require some sort of transformation, while in the developing world it is more looking ahead and building for the future. So maybe this is something that we can take away and reflect a little bit in the team. Any other questions from the audience online and offline? And my iPad is not responding that much. So, okay, I don't, yes, there's a question. Thank you.
My name is Nastasia Scholz. I'm from a small company in Berlin, close to Berlin. My question is in terms of policies. If like a private company wants to or builds indicators that could theoretically be used by policy decision makers, what would be the, let's say, the requirements, or how could that be potentially, how could people work together, let's say it like this? This would, yeah, go to both, actually.
Thank you.
I think it's an important question which goes back to how are these indicators actually defined. And so maybe to go back, so the UN works with the Sustainable Development Goals, which were adopted in 2015 by all UN member states, but the process to negotiate these development goals actually was around a 3 years process, which was the government, but it was also companies and representations, federations of companies, civil society, cities, and so on. And just for the anecdote, for a long time it was not clear if there were to be a goal on cities specifically, because there was a tendency to have it mainstreamed. And then there was a coalition who hired, let's say, a lobbyist who went around the world, and especially New York, to convince everybody that cities need their own goal, because otherwise it will basically disappear. And so when the goals were adopted in 2015, there were also, let's say, sub-goals, which are called targets, and then each target has 1 to 2 indicators, which is how to measure it. And in 2015, we realized that for some of the concepts, we don't have indicators. For example, there was no definition of what is a public space in a city. So then the UN Habitat convened expert groups to see how to define this, and sometimes the private companies are also around the table. For example, for the one on transport, there are several companies. One is, for example, Where's My Transport? Another one works on informal transport, because often the informal transport is completely forgotten. So the cities monitor the formal transport, and then half of the city is not covered because it's covered by something else. And that has to be on the map. It has to be visible, and it has to also to be given some support. And for us, so throughout the years, the methodology around the indicators continues to be refined. And then in New York, every year there are meetings of the UN Statistics Commission, and who can adopt these refinements. And so there are different UN bodies responsible for different indicators. So I'd be happy to connect in the coffee break to see what can be done. And for us, the big question is also, so the Sustainable Development Goals, like a lot of the EU policy, go until 2030. What will come afterwards? That's an open question.
Yeah, to monitor, evaluate our policy, or to develop a new one, I mean, we do work with sort of preferred data providers in which we trust, essentially. So that's Eurostat, the Environment Agency, Copernicus as a service. I think, I mean, for us, they carry a label of confidence, which is important, but that still doesn't mean that we don't challenge these organizations. And for instance, Eurostat has land indicators, but they are based on Lucas, which is simply, I don't have to explain, but it has a resolution of 2 by 2 kilometers, sort of, while these days, I mean, you know better than me what the resolutions are and what more we can achieve in measuring and monitoring land cover, for instance. So we also not shy, or we don't shy away from screening the landscape from what organizations and individual research and universities can offer to us at European level, to help make the case also towards our preferred partners to make the case for better data. And where possible, we use our position in the Commission to try to convince DG DEFIS or Copernicus to set up a new service, for instance, on a specific indicator if we find it policy relevant. Also, we are happy to enter into a discussion if you think this is work that is useful for regional policy or environmental policy or other policies of the Commission. I mean, don't bother us notifying of these initiatives, and we are certainly keen on informing us and going into the discussion on that.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I give priority to the floor if there are any. No. Don't see any. One of the other discussions that we had talked briefly before this debate was, you know, as users of this, I think the word indicator came quite a bit, and it was also in the feedback sessions that, you know, some of the points that were shared, at least with me. Let's say in 10 years or maybe even longer, 20 years, what kind of data do you think we would need? Is it the same amount of data? We talked a little bit about granularity, the massive amount. Is it more timely data, so you press a button and everything comes up? Is it artificial intelligence? What kind of a world would you imagine? Would you wish for, let's say?
So yes, granularity is important to us because we want to look at cities. Within a city, we want to analyze the differences. So you need really a fine grid and fine resolution. What we are also interested is 3D data, so the building shape, and we recognize that there have been developments which are very helpful for us, but we would want to see more of that. As I said, capacity is important because then there's data out there, and how can a city official use it with the limited capacity and technological equipment that might be available? And for us, a big step ahead would be how to integrate this, let's say, the on-the-ground, the participatory inputs that we always gather. It's a value per se to have this process, to engage with citizens, to engage with local authorities, but it's very costly and time-consuming, of course, to get good data from the ground. So how could we combine that and integrate that with Earth observation? That for us would be the horizon.
Complete picture.
A bit a mix of requests I would have for the land and for the Earth observation on land is first. I mean, for us, timeliness and trends are often more important than granularity. We want to monitor our policies over, I mean, they have periods of 7 years, but we want to monitor them on a longer time frame. And that means that we would like to have more quicker updates of land data, and that we suffer also from changing resolutions, spatial resolutions. So that's an issue of concern for us because that does not really allow us to have access to an harmonized set of land data. So that's an issue. We are particularly interested, for instance, to monitor the difference between regions which are on the break or just not eligible for cohesion funds versus those regions that are eligible. And again, that requires us to go back in time, and you know, there are issues with land data and changing spatial resolution. So that is something that I hope that there's more development in the future to create harmonized time series. Looking forward, climate change will be very important. It is today. It will be even more important in the future, particularly if the impacts will worsen. So from that perspective, we closely follow the implementation of the current policy measures, mainly the emission trading schemes. The Commission recently developed or proposed a new emission trading scheme for essentially for households and personal mobility, so all the fuels for heating and cooling your homes and for transport. Both sectors, so buildings and transport are very difficult to decarbonize for the moment. And they will. There is a risk that this will, heavily hit low-income households. To that end, the Commission also proposed a social climate fund. It's still under negotiation, I think, whether DG Regio or DG Employment will be responsible for that. But in any case, that means that we in the future will need data, much better data on energy efficiency of buildings and on transport. And I think this is a gap currently in the Copernicus Land Service. So I've been trying over the past 2 years to convince researchers to come up with better methodologies that would allow us to essentially link building data with land surface temperature data or other tools to better understand where are the big investments needed to make buildings more resilient to the green transition. Where are the problems with heat losses and so on? And I believe that there is a strong future for Earth observation and for the land service, and also for mobility. So how can you link existing data sets on spatial infrastructure with mobility to allow us to understand rural versus urban mobility, to promote sustainable urban transport, and to understand where the challenges are for rural communities, also in decarbonizing transport. So that's an important issue. Besides climate change, an important trend for our policy as well is the changing demography. Some regions are depopulating, others are winning population. Some cities will shrink in Europe, other cities are growing. And how do we monitor that? Again, integrating data from population with land data. Thank you.
Thank you. It's true that demographic change will have an impact on the kind of policies that are needed, as well as climate change. But there are some initiatives like Mayors Adapt, so this kind of information that Copernicus Land Monitoring Service can provide could be useful on that ground as well. Any questions, last minute reflections, or feedback on? Yes, again, sure, please go ahead.
I don't want to cut into the coffee break here, but let me just quickly comment on two things. The one aspect of analyzing buildings for instance, heat loss, or on the contrary, in the Mediterranean, the southern European environment, for the need for cooling. I think we do have the tools for that already. We have a lot of bits and pieces. We just have to, I think, sorry to say this again, but look past the environment of space and space-borne data. And I think Copernicus is an excellent example of it now including in situ data and including also airborne data. I came across recently a small startup, well, not really a startup, they exist since a couple of years. In Munich, they are using ultralight aircraft, not even drones. Ultralight aircraft, electrically propelled ultralight aircraft with a thermal infrared sensor. They fly a medium-sized city within about 2 or 3 days. And they can determine, because the thing is, if you do this from space with infrared, and we have at least one company here in the room that offers that service, if you try to do building facades, which is a big proportion of the heat loss, although roofs are 35 to 50%, you need oblique data. This is more and more difficult to do this from space, especially in regions like Europe where a lot of cloud and haze cover, because you're measuring the temperature of haze and clouds instead of the buildings. You can do this, although with airborne. So I think, long story short again, if we try to integrate data from different sources, and again, if we have the right integration models to do that, and I'm not talking about machine learning, I'm talking about expert systems and real parameter models. If we integrate everything we have, and even with ground-borne data, I think we can come to this, and we can model also even from the roof and wall materials, whatever information we have. So gathering everything and then putting it together may be the answer. On transportation, I would say use again Earth observation data, knowing or taking from what we know today from those data, how, for instance, transportation needs are generated by certain urban environments, especially in also developing cities, but also in Europe, and redesign and plan cities so that we actually avoid this. I have one really bad example, that is the city I lived in for the past 20 years, working for DLR in Canada, is Ottawa. Ottawa now is embracing the Green Deal by putting isolated high-rises here and there and saying that's our intensification. At the same time, they are developing an urban sprawl of incredible nature, leaving everything to the developers, and then say, well, we built these high-rises, so we are green. So I think by planning cities so that we don't need to travel for our daily needs, and we all know this from Europe. We've done it for centuries. I think this is something we can do with Earth observation.
Yeah, I think the whole data integration, be it in situ or Earth observation or socioeconomic or other sources, is definitely the way forward. Any last-minute reflections from you two? Any last words before we close the session? But I would like to then go back to the slides. I can't. Very good. I saw the thumbs up.
No, thank you. For us, I just wanted to emphasize, apart from all the data gaps, that the multi-temporal data sets that are already out there from Copernicus on land use and land cover, they continue to be the most useful for our work. And it's the timeliness, the resolution, and then the capacity to work these. And I think the integration of more data and also of more, let's say, the citizen science could be the new frontier.
No, I have nothing to add to that. I'll just agree here. And then.
Very good. So maybe we can go back to what was supposed to be the beginning of this. Maybe I leave this here. So, this was just a glimpse. The focus was on urban, and there are many cross-cutting challenges and so on, but it does cover actually quite a bit of policy fields. If I do, there is some sort of a retrograde. Oh, here we go. So there are different products that feed policy. So for those who are not such experts in the Copernicus land monitoring data, just to kind of see the full width, you can always go to our website. That's one thing. But from agricultural policy to forest strategy, nature restoration law when it is adopted, or LULUCF, there are products. And some of the things like the Urban Atlas product, for example, we talked about that exist in Europe, is meeting some of these needs. And as I also mentioned that it is work in progress. We strive to improve our products and services, so we try to incorporate. Hence the question about user needs and what kind of future you could imagine. So the product development is a continuous loop where we try to get the user input with the latest scientific data and flexibility as well. So when the policies change, policy needs change, we are also ready to provide as much as we can our products. On the quick feedback on the feedback sessions, from what I can see from the notes, this need for coherent indicators also came up, and focus on climate change and adaptation was also something that the team behind the scenes shared, and definitely data products that are tailored to policy requirements, and then we can take away this reflection on the data sources and data integration as well, and accessibility as well. So with those words, we do have a coffee break coming up. So if it does go on, and Joanna is going to talk a little bit about what is next.
Yeah, we'll just round off really quickly because we're already into the coffee break. So we will have that along with a poster session. So as you have probably seen, in the poster page online for the online audience, and out here in the hallway we have this number of posters prepared by members of the audience. So that's you guys here and our team of CLMS experts. So please don't hesitate to contact us on our different posters. And then also, as mentioned previously, we have these feedback surveys. So particularly if you can help us responding to the annual feedback survey for the CLMS, that would be great, because then you can help us improving your experience with the survey. And then lastly, I just want to ask you to be back here a couple of minutes before 3 so we can start on time. Thank you.
Please take a seat. Come on in. Very good. Well, welcome again. We are almost there, and there are a few other things before we can actually mingle and inspire each other a little bit more. So as I mentioned earlier, I do lead the communications team. And one of the things that we have done to make it a bit more accessible and as a recognized brand for people who are not aware of CLMS or Copernicus Land Monitoring Service is a video. So we would like to share this video, and as a general rule of thumb, it is now actually anything below 90 seconds. Anything over 90 seconds is not often watched. So let's just take less than 90 seconds to watch the little teaser video that only gives a glimpse of what CLMS is about.
Our planet is full of wonders. A tapestry of landscapes, each with its own unique heritage. These landscapes are, however, changing. Data derived from satellite observations allow us to understand more. From river deltas to mountain ranges, we can monitor crucial ecosystems. From coastal zones to forested areas, we can better manage our natural resources. The journey to a sustainable future also runs through urban environments, where we make informed decisions that will shape our shared future for generations to come. Copernicus Land Monitoring Service.
There you go. A 72-second introduction to us and what we do to the Land Monitoring Service. That was one way of communicating about this service. Another and more tangible way is through a web portal. And as the CLMS web portal has undergone a complete makeover, it is my pleasure to bid Evgenia Shurin on stage to introduce us to this new portal. Come on up, please. So Evgenia, she has a background in applied math and environmental modeling, and she's working at the European Environment Agency with user support efforts and in developing and maintaining user interfaces for both CLMS and in-situ data. So please.
This is the green button, right? Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. It was amazing to see the video. It's amazing how much you can tell about the service in 1 minute. Unfortunately, I can't be that. I'll have to use more than that. In the next 15 minutes, maybe less, maybe a bit more, I will be talking about our new website that is being launched these days. And launch was timed with this event. For those of you, many probably have seen our previous website, have worked with it for years, and probably you're aware that this basically were two websites put together because of two organizations jointly coordinating the service. And for many years, this was working well. People were finding information, maybe not complete, but there was also quite some space for confusion. So in this regard, the new website serves truly as a single entry point to the entire portfolio of land monitoring service. And as such, it presents the portfolio of the service in a different way than you may have seen earlier. So there is no such thing as global, less global, not global at all. Well, I'm joking here a bit. But what is important that users get a feeling of, in terms of thematic aspects, in terms of type of activities, what is that Copernicus Land Monitoring Service is offering. That these are two or how many organizations involved It's important for us, but probably not so much for users. So this is where the shift came, that we have to provide information about entire portfolio, not to slicing this by organization or project that is involved. So on the new website, users have possibilities to explore portfolio in many different ways, depending on what their role is, what their background is, what their purpose is. We presenting each product or product family, in case of biophysical parameters, in a same structured way, putting a lot of focus on application examples, on use cases, user events. So not only dry facts, this is a technical repository, this is access points, but to give more flash, to give more shade, to give more context. Although we've been very much product-oriented, we're trying really to shift to the use of the products. So if I may now continue through the different features of the new website, and that it can serve all kinds of users and mindsets. So for users that are visual, they can jump and use what we call central data viewer of the website. I will not go into details what this viewer allows in terms of, well, it does what common viewers allow. Important is selection, exploration of multiple data sets, explorations of data sets with temporal dimension, because we have more and more products that we call time series products, that we call near real-time products. So the viewer is able to serve those needs. And the user can also, straight on spot, download the data of interest by selecting area of interest, being country, being region, being bounding box. And then if I move further, there is another way. There is dataset catalog. It's well known for any geoportal catalog function, that for users clearly knowing what they need in terms of thematics, in terms of spatial resolution, geographical coverage, and so on and so forth, they can search through this catalog and they can find a short list of data sets that meet their criteria. Once they have done it, a dataset page is presented where users are given all information available for that dataset, characteristics, quality information, related products, technical library, and of course, available options to access data. This can be accessed on the spot on our website. This can be accessed through external platforms such as Vekeo. It can be accessed through dedicated applications that were developed over years for specific products. For example, great applications that continue serving user needs, such as global land cover viewer, such as hotspot land cover change viewer, and similar. So users will be guided through a range of options to access their data set. And of course, they will be able to download data by the same characteristics as on data viewer. And regardless how users are selecting data for download on the data viewer or navigating all the way to dataset pages, all download requests are being sent to a shopping cart, a cart. So we have made this process as down to earth as possible, as connecting to what we are as humans these days are used to, sorry, I was speaking not loud enough, sorry for that, used to operate with. And once the user is once the user is on the cart, user can further rectify their selections and decide what they want to buy, what they actually drop. So these were the main data-related features. And as we wanted to make it user-friendly and intuitive, we're also acknowledging that this is a new website and users may need more guidance than trying to be intuitive. So we have also prepared, and there is no slide for that, a series of small how-to guides, such as how to visualize and download a dataset with a temporal extent, how to consult a shopping cart, how to consult this and that, so that users can benefit from these short guides. And of course, there is a frequently asked question section, and there is a service desk where all incoming questions are addressed to a thematic help desk or technical experts. And moving away from the last thing I want to emphasize, that to be a modern website, of course we have to offer to users API functionalities. The now old website, unfortunately, was not living up to these requirements, but for operational use, for more automated use, users can, of course, rely on API functionality with a supporting documentation that users can make use of. And if I now may move on, we want our new website to be a place where users can get inspired. They can find information about how our products are being used by real users in real life. So we have a use case section which is just growing. It looks rather modest now, not because there are no use cases. There are thousands out there because we know we have thousands of users, but it is a hard work to get them, to collect them. So we have a section on this new website where we want to inspire users, but we also want to encourage users to submit their use case and share their examples, how they use Copernicus Land Monitoring Service data, so that others can benefit from that. So this section is jointly maintained by our two organizations that work hard to collect use cases and to share them with users. 1 minute left, Jesus. And yes, we want you to know what's happening in land monitoring service. And we have several options for that. Well, besides following social media and all other channels that are out there, regardless of the website, you can subscribe to what we call CLMS updates. We don't want to call this newsletter because we're still defining the format, how this will be. You can also subscribe to events and news notifications, so you can always informed what are the new products coming up, what are the new releases, what are new user events that are happening anytime soon that you probably would be interested to participate in. Cool. So that was it. I ran, not even guided, not even went through the main features of the website, so I ran through them. And I believe that if it caught your interest, if you anyway are planning to use our website, you can explore it when back home. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we have time for a quick question, if anyone has anything. Let me see if there's anything online. I don't see anything yet, but, and yes.
One question, are you reaching out to the general media? I'm talking maybe even old school print media with this, or how do you spread this out, not only to the general public, but a lot of local politicians, people from urban governments, of course, reading papers, watching TV. Are you reaching out with specific topics to the media?
What I think being a little bit on the technical side of the project and probably observing more than leading what you're asking about, I think we are focusing our effort to also a general public. Definitely, I think that's been a gap that we were very much focusing on scientific users because, well, factually, these are today the core users, the main users, the vast majority of users. But we have this ambition, we have a dream, not to sound a little bit too much, that also general public is aware about the service. Like we see news on CNN and weather forecast presented by Copernicus. It would be a dream that something is presented by land service, right? So yes.
Hello, I can take that point. It's a bit challenging because the climate service is quite well recognized whenever there's a climate emergency, but I think the topic of land is slightly different. It's a bit more challenging because of, I would say, the timeliness of the information. But in recent years, we've seen more and more on things like, for example, this summer we did some social media promotion and also some visibility around forest fires, depending on the vegetation cover and that kind of change before a forest fire and after a forest fire. And, but the brand itself of Copernicus Land Monitoring Service is not as established as the climate service or the emergency service. So this is a fact. So we are starting from I would say, a more modest level. But what we want is to ensure coherency and consistency in all our communications. So for other assessments that the European Environment Agency produces, we want to integrate it into, I don't want to say powered by Copernicus, but some sort of supported or based on Copernicus kind of brand. So it is the topic that gets visibility with the authority of the data behind it. So that's a bit the thinking. It will take a little bit of time for the media to understand the different services and the issues and topics, and we are working on it.
Thank you very much.
Now I put the other hat on as the facilitator of the session, not the communications person. So it is the closing remarks. It's time for closing remarks, and I'd like to invite 3 guests to the stage. So Uswe, Michael, and Mauro, could you please come up here? Thank you. So in this final, I would say, content discussion, we'll be taking some closing remarks, starting with Uswe.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have prepared some slides summarizing a little bit the discussions and that have taken place here today. First, the numbers. We have had about 60 people of here in-person participants, and regarding the online participants, from 180 to 290, depending on the moment. Hope it didn't go down when I was presenting, but okay. I think we are not getting that statistic. That's good for for our inner self. And you can see also the spatial distribution of the people who were listening in, with Belgium, Spain, and Italy really showing a lot of interest, apparently. Okay. So on the conclusions and take-home messages, on the Copernicus Land Data Store, I think we have we gave a clear message on what the CLDS will do, what the purpose is. It is about a new data governance that would ensure interoperability, also ensure connectivity outside of it, and also a competitive on-premise resource availability. We want to bring solutions to store and handle data, and also to ease access for users, which is one of the key messages that I get from this event. Because when we have had the feedback discussions, I have put them in 2 different, first on the market uptake and then urban green and geohazards. We see that there are still a lot of barriers for the uptake of the product. And some of these barriers are related to the quality sometimes, or the uncertainty regarding the quality of the products, but also on the available tools to use those data. Also on communicating better which product should be used in which case, communicate them better with our end users. Also increase, and we have also been asked to increase our efforts in trainings and webinars. And on the session on urban green and geohazards, I would like to highlight this message that some of our products need interpretation, and this a good example is the EGMS, the European Ground Motion Service. I think it is in a way it is an intuitive product. I think people, when they see it, they think they know what they are seeing, but actually there is much more behind that. And so we need to teach people how to use the data, how to extract information from them. Our users have also highlighted the limitations of our products. They want higher spatial resolution, higher timeliness, and update frequency. That brings me to the panel discussion, where I think it was especially interesting what they were saying about the future. They highlighted again, Joachim from DG Regio highlighted again the need for increased timeliness of data sets available and more updates with higher spatial resolution. And of course, we have some limitations regarding the input data we can use. Sometimes there are some of these requirements can simply not be addressed at this point in time, but maybe it's something to be thought about in Copernicus 3.0. And in any case, it is important that we involve these end users from the beginning, to let them drive this evolution. And this is also something that relates to what we were told in the Copernicus User Forum this week, and also in conversations I've had with some representatives. They want to be involved. And that is indeed, I think, the strongest take-home message we can give. We have a community, we have created it, and now it's time for us to take them on board. And this is from my side. I just wanted to make this short summary. I wanted, of course, to thank you all, to thank the panelists who came here and took the time to participate. To all the participants, I wanted especially to thank all the team at the EEA and the GRC who helped organizing this event, and also helped me so much by taking notes and by giving very good feedback. And with this, I give the floor to Michael.
Thank you. Well, having assessed the same sessions, I basically don't have anything to add to that. On the different points, I mean, we could go to a little bit more details here and there in terms of, let's say, the need expressed for downstream indicators, related to urban, for urban planning adaptation, urban size monitoring, data, specifically indicators for flood forecast and monitoring related to urban expansion and so on. So these are all things which basically Uzue mentioned as well. How would I say? From what I heard, basically it's applications, activities are very related to smaller scale infrastructure. I call smaller scale, but can be big cities, of course, but rather infrastructural aspects such as transportation, water, the urban infrastructure architecture itself, maybe a little bit less on the surrounding area. So I think there is a scope there for further, investigating also and then creating applications to deal with these relations, as I mentioned this morning, on urban surrounding areas, the pressures created by that because of the needs of food, energy, and water for both of these areas. Another point what I noted actually is also still the need for in situ data. I think that's very important. We are an Earth observation community, but the in situ component is extremely important. Without that, I mean, we cannot validate, we cannot calibrate the data. And then basically in that sense, I noted down one line, which for me was very catchy, from Joachim, who said that, amongst others, Copernicus carries a label of confidence and trust, but needs also still to be challenged. And I think that wraps up very well for me, basically, and it's a pleasure to hear that, basically, that through the years, the decade, we are busy with operational services, that we got to this confidence and to create this trust. But also with the indication, don't sit still. We have to continue. We have to still improve on that. We have to improve on the data and on, let's say, the quality still also on that. So that was basically also my takeaway message for this last user session I can officially attend, which I was very happy to do, and I'm very happy to see all the participants and always, let's say, the engagement of the users. One of the things was also that, and that was expressed in another meeting earlier this week, to involve users also more from the beginning phase, so from the design phase of the products, and I think that's an effort indeed which we can improve. I mean, it's not, okay, it's a relatively slow process if you want to get into a new product and to get it operational, but indeed, including users from the beginning until the end is a very crucial thing. So I wish the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service a good future and many more of these user events in the future, and thank you all for participating.
Thank you, Michael. Our final speaker is Mauro Facchini. He is a mechanical engineer, I think, by training. And he's currently head of unit for Earth observation in the European Commission's Director General for DEFIS, for short, but it's actual defense industry and space. And I can say that he's been involved in Copernicus on a daily basis. So, Mauro, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. As I used to say, I used to be an engineer, because since I'm in the Commission, I think my work is much more dispersed, but I'm still interested in technical things, and this came back to me also helping recently my daughter in her math exams and so on, so it's bringing back all my engineering background in that respect. And it helps, because even doing policy, but in such a technical domain, having a technical background helps to grasp immediately what's happening without finding yourself completely in the hands of other people and you don't understand anything. So at least you look a little bit intelligent when you are in the meetings. I think my task is quite easy, because I think all the work has been done today, but those that are running this service that is successful, and I've been informed, apart from those that are here in the room, about the hundreds of connections remotely. And I'm not surprised, because indeed a land service is something that I imagine and I know is already at the service of many communities of users. We have seen here, and also this dual conclusion shows already the two facets of this land service. So on one side, the European Environment Agency, on the other end, the JRC, but they are actually the two facets of the same coin. And this is very important, meaning that they are not two different services, it's just one. And it's true that sometimes in the past, trying to find a coherence between the two was needing some energy, but today I'm quite happy to see that actually we speak about a single service with synergies and with aspects that cover both Europe and the global side. And this common vision has to be like that, because at the end of the day, we are not serving our interest as EEA or as JRC or DG DEFIS, we are serving the interests of the users. And I think as much we are clear, much we are showing that we have the right approach and we are responding to the user requirements. So as much we do that, we can really say, okay, we did it what we were requested to do. Today, I understand, also looking at the agenda, that one of the focuses was the urban applications. But indeed, I think what land is doing is, as a span that is much wider. I heard when I arrived, actually, I could follow the part on the website, and I think that having a website is very important, because when we had midterm review about the Copernicus activities, one, or probably the only negative comment we had is that we didn't do enough in order to make users aware and to facilitate the access to the data. And actually, this kind of activities with websites that facilitate the access is for sure going in the right direction. At the same time, I heard the answer to the question that indeed is sometimes climate change or emergency are more visible to the public in general. But it's also true that it's really these days I'm having a lot of meetings about what space can do for the Green Deal. By the way, the commissioner, so the president of the commissioner, Ursula von der Leyen, in her State of the Union speech a couple of weeks ago, after 2 years where she started with COVID and then she started with Ukraine invasion and so on, this year she really started with Green Deal. So that actually there is a big pressure. It was really the first objective that was mentioned in 2019, and again, towards the end of the mandate of the Commission, is still remaining the thing. But when we speak about Green Deal, it's not just about climate, it's not just about air, it's just not about polar areas, not just about marine areas, it's a lot about land. And and there are so many pieces of legislation ongoing at this very moment, some of them adopted, some of them in the making, that are really necessitating data from the land service. I've here just scribbled some of them. There is soil directive, water directive, regulation on forest and deforestation. There are something on carbon sinking, so the carbon cycle, biodiversity, the European Bauhaus. Maybe some of you also know this aspect that probably was very relevant also to the discussion of urban applications that we'll tackle today. Observation of critical infrastructure, food security, and I can go on with many others. So you see that land is really at the core of the Green Deal. So I think what you're doing in the provision of the data, but you as users, as you are integrating this data in your everyday life, is really in the frame of the big objective of greening Europe. So thank you very much for those that are providing. Thank you very much to the users. And I would conclude with two specific thanks, actually to two persons that are living the activity on land. One is on the side of EA, he's not here, but it's Chris Stemmans, that actually already left. But I think he was really at the core of what has been done in the last year in the structure of the land service. And on the GRC side, Michiel, that will also leave soon. I think we will miss you a lot. No one is irreplaceable, we say. I'm not saying that things will be done as good as you do. They will be done in a different way. Let's put it that way. So thank you very much, and thank you for everything that we have done today. Thank you.
So with this, we are nearing the very end. And for the online participants, we really are. For those here in the room, we will have a networking reception, taking place out here in the lobby and restaurant area. And this is your chance again to talk to all of us. The first 30 minutes will be dedicated to a Meet the Team session, where a number of CLMS colleagues will be out there talking about different products and programs. And I will be out there talking about the National Collaboration Program. And we have a lot of people here in the room, but there will be signs guiding you to the right people. Also, the experts themselves will be able to know where they should stand. So please just come out and find us for a chat afterwards. The posters are also still up, so please don't hesitate to check them out.
A big thanks to our final speakers as well. I think you wrapped up the discussions quite nicely. What I take away is that there's still a lot to do, and there's definitely continuity in the service and the team and the quality. And for online audience, the video will be available on our YouTube, EEA's YouTube channel. So in case you miss bits and pieces, it is going to be there, and we'll keep an eye on other possible outlets. Big thanks to actually bearing with us despite the time differences and I would say some of the logistical, technical challenges, but I'm still fascinated by the fact that we can be a community all around the world and discuss the same topics together at the same time. So that's the advantage of technology as well. We do have feedback survey. I think we said it probably 20 times. So we want to improve the service. So please share your thoughts and ideas. And as I said, it's not over. We will see you next year, next June again, probably with a more developed program. So we look forward to discussing and progressing the discussions and the development of the service as well. So have a great day. Thank you very much for all the reflections and questions and contributions and comments. And that concludes the day. Thank you.